Hello, welcome to the stream. I should be streaming on Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, and YouTube at the moment, but not TikTok because I got banned for coding on TikTok, which is very cringe if we're being honest, and not the good cringe, just the bad cringe. I'm drinking Pepsi strawberries and cream flavour. I'm not sponsored, but it's good. Don't know if you can get a Pepsi sponsorship. I would quite like that. Okay, so we have confirmed we are live and the stream is working. I've got the microphone on, webcam on, and I can see Instagram comments there. Pretty good. Alright, should we do some coding? Let's see what we got. So we can switch over to Unity. Whoop. This is the game, and then we've also got the code for the game. So what we're going to do now, let's play the game, see what we've got so far. I always forget what I've done because it's like a week since I've looked at this game, because I'm only working on it during the streams, so it's like 3 hours a week of coding, which is not very much. Like, it's going to take ages to make a whole game when you're only doing 3 hours a week, but it's keeping it fun. Like, I have wanted to jump back into it, but I've been busy and it would defeat the purpose, the objective. Oscar from Miami. Hello. How are you doing? I've been to Miami. It was good. Alright. Start game. So, we have I'm not calling it a main menu. It's just a start button to begin. So press start the game. Okay, we've got a lift now, remember. And you can run around. You can shoot using your mouse, or also using your keyboard. Or even the gamepad works as well. Then we've got like one layout of like an office floor, and we have a bunch of rooms. The enemies spawn into the rooms, and you can see yourself when you go behind a wall, which is very useful, obviously. And then you can shoot and hurt the enemies. They've got health bars. They can't do anything to shoot you back yet, but that would be the idea. And then we've got like bullet holes that appear when you shoot the wall, and these particle effects when you shoot as well. I did have some ideas of what would be fun to do today, but let's just keep going. So you kill all the enemies. There's a countdown here. 1 of 10 left. Let's go finish it off. Pew! You have won. Restart game. So the idea would be you go back to the lift, and then the lift would take you to the next floor. Cool. And then if we restart game, let's just make sure you can die as well, and that works. So if I run and touch an enemy, I'm losing health, and when that gets to 0, I should die. Oops, because I was trying to like look at the comments as well. I paused it basically. So if I run out of health, get to 0, it says you have lost. It destroys the player, and the enemies are still here. If I click restart, all the enemies are gone as well, and it's restarted it. Cool. So that's like the basics. Let's now hop back out of this. I wanted to do either like a procedural floor and like actually make the rooms in code. We could do that. Or we could make the enemies attack you back. That would be good as well. Or we could... Oh, there's lots of stuff that I want to do. Let's turn that off. What else do we want to do? Make it so you can move to the next floor and do the upgrades that we were talking about doing. I'm not sure. It all feels important to do for what the game is. There's things I want to do for fun that aren't related, so maybe we could do those if we do the serious things first, because they're probably higher priority. So what did I say? We could either generate the floor, which would potentially take up a whole stream, because procedural stuff is time consuming. Or we could add the power-ups in, which could also take a good chunk of time up. Or get the enemies shooting back at you. How do we decide which one we're going to do? Let's get enemies shooting back at you first. We've got Scripters Inferno here. Hello. How's it going? Alright, let's get enemies shooting at the player. So, we have our enemies. VR Banana 360 Games. Hello. We have our enemies as prefab somewhere. There we go. Enemy. We have a move towards player script, but I don't think we actually wrote anything in it. I think it's an empty script. So should we do that? Let's make them now move towards us. So we're going to need to know where the player is. So let's do transform player transform. We need a character mover for the enemy, and then we can either try and find the player, or maybe we have a reference to the player in the game manager. Game manager player, we do. Okay, cool. So where do we set that? We set that in oh, this is how we were following the player before, but we don't do that now because we're using Cinemachine. So move towards player. Let's see. Player instance. Do we set that anywhere? Yeah, we spawn it in here. And that's in start game, which happens not in awake, but when you click the button to start the game. So let's go to move towards player. We will do private void awake, and then we'll do character mover is get component character mover. Save. We can also do this, yeah, require component character mover, just to make sure that you have one on there. Next, we're going to do a fixed update, maybe, because we're going to... Are we using physics for when we move the character? We probably are. Character mover, where's that? Character mover. move, we set the velocity. Cool. So we can do this in fixed update, or in update even, I think, if we have a look at how this works again. Sorry. Whoop. Yeah, we just set in the direction. Cool. So we can just do that in update. Enemy manager. Cool. So let's also have a serialized field, float, a move speed, and serialized fields, a float. Yeah, stopping distance, but also serialized fields, float, distance. Like, I think when the player is within a certain distance to the enemy should move towards you. So that distance would be called a chase distance, maybe. Yeah, chase radius equals 10. Okay. So what we're going to do is, if player transform is null, we're not going to find the player like that. We're going to try and do player transform equals that. Musco Busto, hello. It's not Sunday. Oh yeah. So I'm going to a gig tomorrow. That's why I'm streaming Saturday instead, rather than do no stream this week. So we try and get the player transform. If it's still null, then return. But it shouldn't be. So then let's do float distance to player equals vector free distance between the transform position and the player transform position. Let's also do transform vis transform, and in awake we can do vis transform equals transform, just because I think doing transform does a get component, which is not ideal. Okay, so then when we've got the distance between the player and the enemy, we can say if the distance is less than or equal to a chase radius and the distance is more than the stopping distance, then the direction to the player equals the player's position minus this position normalized. So set character direction unnormalized we have here is the direction to the player times the move speed. Okay. Why would we have a... You've been playing a lot of pressure lately. What's pressure? I don't think I've heard of that. So we did do this as unnormalized, but why did we do that? I can't remember. This is what happens when you only work on your game once a week. You forget how everything works. Probably have to leave more comments so we know. Why did we set this as unnormalized? Move. Oh, because the speed is in here. Alright, we put the speed in the character mover, so we don't want the speed in here. Take that out. And we're just going to give it the direction. Unnormalized. But I mean, it doesn't matter if you normalize it twice, I don't think. But anyway, let's just pass it in as the direction. Else, pass it in as vector3.0. Cool. Okay. Move happens down here. I'm not sure about that. That feels odd. That's fine. That's fine. Leave it. I think this will work. So now, that actually might just work, which would be crazy because it's not actually that much code. I guess we already wrote this character mover script for the player, so that makes sense. At the moment, they're a 5 movement speed, and the player is a where's character mover? A 10 movement speed. So let's try that. Let's see how that plays. Play. Oh, exit prefab mode. Okay. Start again. Yeah, they're chasing me. Look, that's pretty cool. They will get stuck though because they don't have any sort of nav mesh. And if I get far away enough, they will stop chasing me. Ooh. And then they should stop chasing me if they get within 0.1 or 2 or whatever we set. Zoom. Pills chasing pills. Yeah, capsules. Whoa. Well, it instantly has become a bit harder. Alright. Let's go kill him. Hey, one. Restart game. Alright, so that seems to work. Maybe the distance of how close is... We'll probably play about with that. And also the stopping distance. We might want to change that so that they actually do try to collide with you. It depends what sort of enemy it is, doesn't it? It looks like a zombie game. Yeah, it does a bit at the moment, doesn't it? They're just trying to attack me at the moment, I suppose. I feel like we probably want enemies that shoot at you. But maybe we do want some like close combat ones as well that just sort of charge at you. Just a mix of enemies really, I suppose. It instantly is more fun now that they can move though. That's a good sign, I suppose. I didn't expect that to be so quick to add though. Let's make them fully chase you and not like give up, because it does make them kind of easy that they stay like one square away. Let's go back. So on our enemy, we can change our move towards player stopping distance from 2 to 0, and the chase distance. Let's make it 8 instead of 10, because I think the rooms are like 10 across. So just as you're going into the next room, I think it's probably good. So this enemy is like it's half the speed of you, and it just runs at you. Doesn't shoot anything. You like the isometric look? Thank you. I really like isometric games and like just the look in general of like isometric art. And because I'm not really an artist, I figure if I just make it stylistically like isometric or something, even with just like normal shapes, it looks quite nice already. So they are chasing me, but I have to get quite close. Maybe we want a bit more than 8. And they do run into me now. But because they're slow, it is quite easy to avoid them. They will like just bash into you and it hurts you when they do. You lose. Oh, did it break? It broke. Oh, did I pause it? Is it paused because there's an error? Can't see. Oh, there's an error. What's the error then? So maybe we do player question mark dot transform. So only get the question mark if the player is set. Oh, it says don't use that. What's the better way to do that then? It says don't use that. If it doesn't equal null, so that's basically what we're saying. Then it equals that. Okay. Save. Fix your game. Trying. It's like a game made. Oh, I really like Severance. That was kind of like one of the inspirations. And we've got Vince in chat. Hello. How's it going? Alright. Let's press play and try again. Oh wait, before we do that, let's increase the range of the enemy chasing. So from 8, let's make it 15. Make it more exciting. Alright. Save. Play. Pause, full screen. Here we go. You didn't want to dox him. I've doxed him. Shiv does. Hello. Oh, do you want to explain what the problem is? Because I found like just the process of explaining what it is usually makes it easier to figure out. Okay, so I'm getting chased here. They work. You can see them chasing me. If I shoot them, all good. They walk all the way into you, and oh god, they're killing me. All right. They can't like figure out how to use doors and stuff, so they are very dumb at the moment. These enemies. There we go. It looks a bit stuttery when you shoot them, but I think we want to keep it in because it's basically like the force of the bullet pushes them back a bit, and like I think we want to probably keep that. Like I think once you add like a flash of color when they get shot, it'll probably just look like an impact rather than stuttering. Whoa, oh, I've lost. I died. Try again. Let me pause it actually. See what Vince is saying. Making a multiplayer game, and I wanted to modified node authority on spawn, and while doing that I've broken the whole multiplayer manager. Thinking about reverting back to an earlier branch on Git for a cleaner slate. Yeah, using Git does make things way easier. You can like compare and see which bits have changed. How does node authority work? Obviously you've got, are you doing like player hosted, so the player is either a host or a client? No idea what you've broken. I have that sometimes where like I have no idea why it doesn't work, and then eventually you figure it out and it's something really small and ridiculous that you didn't think of. Like last stream, some bullets just kept disappearing and it was really, really confusing. And basically we were spawning 2 bullets in at the same time and they were colliding with each other and destroying each other. And then the other thing was I was adding bullets into the pool, object pool, twice when you despawned them, which meant when they tried to spawn that same bullet in again, it teleported it. So you'd fire like 4 times and there'd only be 3 bullets, and you'd be like, why are there 3 bullets? But one of them was just moving and getting teleported. But we figured it out eventually. It was weird. Can you say the N word? Why would you even ask that? That's ridiculous. Sharon Horncastle. Hi. Hello. And Leia is a goth. Hi. I'm a bit nervous of reading people's names out because I know some people put stupid stuff in the name that when you read out is offensive. So I'm always like, and I'm worried I'm not like picking up on what it is fast enough. Player to player using Godot's base multiplayer API. Oh, okay, so it's basically who has control of an object because it's a co-op game. I'm fine for clients to have authority of their own objects. I see. Oh, there was a highlighted message on Twitch that I missed. Ruby said, why can't I see it though? Ah, it's not come through. Oh, is this from Detective Score Bunny? How are you doing today? Doing good, thank you. How are you? Score Bunnies, they're like fire Pokemon from one of the recent seasons, right? Apologies if not, and I've just got that completely wrong. Oh, I've moved the webcam up on the screen for the vertical people. I'll fix that. There we go. Vince took a 2 to 3 day break from coding. Back right now. Figure this out, or do I try and... Are you coding almost like daily at the moment? And are you enjoying it? I feel like people that like social media and creating things and like video and sort of... There's a mesh of things that if you like all of them, you usually will enjoy coding as well. I feel like you like all of the things that would mean you also like coding. we got people spamming the names of just don't. I don't know what I'm gonna say. We'll have just none of that. What was that notification? A follow. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, there is a lot of learning involved before you can make the stuff that you want to make. And if you try to make it first, it can get really annoying when things don't work or you don't get how to do it. Especially if there's not tutorials for the thing you want to learn. Have you found with Godot that there's a lot more tutorials now? Because I think a few years ago it was quite hard to learn how to do it because all the tutorials were like Unity stuff and it was quite hard to find like Godot tutorials. But now a lot of people have moved over. Maybe there are a lot more tutorials now. Oh, Happy's been trying to learn it as well. Nice. I guess like the documentation is probably strong because it's newer as well. Like one issue with Unity documentation is I don't know how often they update it. Yeah, everyone had a big fallout with Unity when they were doing all their weird pricing and royalty stuff. But they did roll it back, but I think the damage was done for a bunch of people. I still use Unity because I feel like I've spent, I don't know, 12 years using it now, and I haven't really I've made like one game, so I want to get a few more games out of it before I try switching to something else. All this knowledge needs to result in something, surely. Is that sunken, not sunk ship? Is it sunk ship fallacy? Is that it? Sinking ship fallacy. Surely it's not sunk yet. Cost. Sunken cost. Is it nothing to do with a ship then? Is it just sunken cost fallacy? Ships aren't real. Is it literally not got the word ship in it? Alright, well, we've got enemies that chase you and they can damage you. Please stop. Okay. Alright, well, we got that. I do want to add pathfinding in, but that feels like it could take a whole stream because pathfinding is not the easiest. We could probably use like Unity's nav mesh or something, but I've never used it before, so it might be really confusing. Ooh. I know there's like A star pathfinding, and that's the thing you can do. I think there's different whatchamacallums. An asteroid is going to hit Earth in 7 days. Get your washing in. We have our washing in, so that's cool. Nice. That's a shame for planet Earth, I suppose. Oh, whoa, you broke the multiplayer manager 3 versions ago. I think with Git, though, you can kind of like... You could roll it back, copy the multiplayer manager into like another folder, then bring it back to date, and then just copy that back in over the top of itself. I've had to do that a few times. Where you want you want to roll back one file, but you don't want to roll back like the whole update. Haven't even considered making this multiplayer yet. I think just single for now, just because it's so much easier. Multiplayer is hard. But I do think multiplayer games generally seem to perform better. Unless you got a really, really good single player game. Depends on genre though, I suppose. Yeah, you're right. If you are making a multiplayer game, it is so much better just to make it as multiplayer from the start. Because going back and changing... Because at the moment, like when you're doing multiplayer, single player, everything is basically... like it doesn't have any of the authority stuff at all. And like when you're multiplayer in it, you have to have everything like sync up for the other players and stuff, so you'd have to go back through everything that either moves or is interactable, and you'd have to kind of like redo it so that it can be synced between players, and it would just be, I think you'd basically be better off like starting a new project at that point and then just start to remake everything across. Oh yeah, I did use Blender. Did I actually make a rig? I can't remember if I did in the end. Oh, you know how to fix it. Well, I think what happened was I used Mixamo to rig it just to see how it did, and it did terribly. I think it's because I didn't have enough like vertices in the model. Oh, you think it's got nothing to do with the rig? What do you think it was? Yeah, loop cuts around the knees so they can bend. Yeah, I think like the arms were basically like just rectangles with like no extra points in there, so it did look really odd. But when we do, so at the moment I'm trying to make this game like without using any art if I can avoid it. So I'm just going to use like Unity shapes for as much as possible. I've just realised I've been playing the game and not actually doing anything for ages now. I got the following in, and then I kind of gave up and just started playing. It's so easy. You've been following since 2018. I do remember Happy. I can't remember the number specifically. I do think I remember Happy Crafter, actually. Yeah. Do you remember Vince and Rue and Socks as well? And I feel like you had multiple accounts back then as well, right? And you were changing between a few. I think you were here when Enzo was here as well. Ooh. All right. What do we want to do next? So on my checklist that doesn't exist, it's just in my head. We had make a procedural floor, so change the floor layout, or get enemies shooting back, but I feel like we might not need that right now since we've got enemies that chase you. We could have like a turret enemy that does just sit and shoot. That could be interesting. Or get the upgrade system in between floors. Is It's hard to know what is most useful to do. Get out. There you go. Also, I feel like we should have doors on the gaps, and then you sort of like bust through the door, and then you start fighting, and then you bust through the next door. I feel like that would be quite fun, like smashing through the doors. Make it a bit more like Hotline Miami or Angerfoot, is it called? Angry Feet? I don't know, I didn't play it, but one of the Devolver games where you just use your foot, you kick all the enemies and you kick the doors. Should we put doors in? Let's put doors in. Let's do doors. Why not? Alright, so if we go into one of our rooms, the wall with the lift opening, I see, that's why it's so wide. Oh no, it's not the MP manager that's broken, it's something else. Do you put like a bunch of like debug stuff in so you can see messages of like what's happening, you can kind of follow and figure out what's going on? I imagine they've got all that stuff the same in Godot that they've got in Unity. Okay, so let's make a door. We'll just use like a 3D cube for it. Ruby's going to bed. Good night. Let's raise this up to 0, 0, 0, I suppose. There. Okay, so we'll put it in this gap. That's like 5, is it? We'll make it sort of fill the size of the door. 0.3 will do. Okay, that's 3 as well. 3. And height wise, I suppose we'll make it just as tall as this is for now. So 1, is that 1.5? No, it's 2. 2. The doors, how do we want to do it? Do we want it to like swing open, or do you just shoot it and it explodes, or it falls over? Explodes. I suppose it is probably the easiest to do as well. Just like you shoot the door explodes, as you would expect in real life. Okay, I'll call this door. So we will add a health manager. We'll give the door 1 health, and we will not add a health bar because that's ridiculous for 1 health on the door, and just see what happens. Let me edit scripts and see what we got in here. Take damage, die, tries to despawn itself. Okay. It won't explode at the moment, but it will just get destroyed if it takes 1 damage. And then do I just tag it as enemy or just leave it on default? I'll just leave it on default. See what happens. You used to watch my drawing YouTube videos. Awesome. That was a really long time ago now. That's like been 10 years or something. Hey, there we go. Destroyed the door. Cool. Should we just put doors everywhere then? Now that we have them. Let's turn it into a prefab. Room prefabs door. Room with wall with lift opening. Let's copy that, paste it. We'll call it wall with door. We'll go into there and then we'll just put the door in like that. Not exactly like that. 0, 0, 0. Rotate it 90. And then it needs to go up 1. Cool. And then if we save that and go back, we want to swap a lot of these rooms to have doors. So if we go to room with 2 openings, we double click these wall with lift opening, we can click prefab replace. No, we can't. Why can't we do that? Do we have to go into this prefab? Yeah. Wall with lift opening, right click, prefab replace. Yeah, replace. Replace with wall with door. And then it just puts the doors in for us. Nice. Oh, the issue is, because of the way we're doing rooms at the moment, it's just like as easy as possible. There are now 2 doors over the top of each other here and 2 walls and stuff. It might be fine because they've only got 1 health, so it might just destroy both of them. But let's leave it, it's fine. We'll just deal with it. Alright, this one is a room with 1 opening. Go in, change that, right click, prefab, replace with the door. We said we were going to do the procedural floor today potentially, so let's do that. Alright, we've got those. This one doesn't have doors, so we will open this prefab and we will add doors in by selecting those 3, right click, prefab replace with the door wall. There we go. Go back. There. The only issue is this one has the door as well. I can just do like an override on that though, so that one is disabled and all the rest of them have it. Cool. Let's click play and see what happens when we shoot these like overlapping doors. Oh, I do still have a Discord, but I don't. Nobody uses it. Cool. Opened up. Cool. It destroys both doors, so you can't really tell there's overlapping doors. That's cool. So now, like, you actually want to actively not shoot the door because you'll let the next set of enemies in. And then obviously the door is destroyed. You can't take it back. It's gone. When it destroys, it should like explode into particles, basically. Whoa. Ooh. You've won. Restart game. Nice. Long Heath. Yeah. Oh wait, where's all the doors gone? Oh. I don't restart the game, the level, when you like start. So if I destroy a bunch of doors, like those ones like that, and then I wait, I destroy that one as well. Yeah, if I die now and click restart, I don't think these doors definitely won't come back. That's interesting. Yeah, so you've lost, restart game. Those doors are all gone. Ah, you figured it out, but you don't know how you broke it. Well, at least you can fix it. Do you know roughly how long it's going to take you to make your game that you're making? I feel like this one is going to take me 2 years. Alright, restart. Yeah, so doors, a bit of a nightmare. How do we want to handle that? We want to basically not destroy them, just disable them, and then when the game restarts they get their health back. Cool. Nice. So it's not technically your actual game, it's just like a learning exercise kind of thing. So these doors, right? Let's just go through. We want them to have 1 health and to get destroyed when you destroy them. But when you restart the game, we want to reset the door. So the door will need to check our game manager. And in our game manager, do we have events that we can like register to? No. We should have. Because that's ridiculous not to do that. See, I'm doing a bunch of like... If I was smarter, I would have done this and set it up correctly. But I've not. Where do we register an event so we can see how we did it? We do it in Enemy Manager. So let's open our Enemy Manager. Here. Let's go to... Alright, this is how we set up an event. So we'll do events here. We'll do public, delegate, void. We'll call this game restarted event. Then we'll do public event game restarted event on game restarted. And then how have we set that up here? We literally just invoke it. Do we not need to say equals new event? Equals new game restarted event. No, you don't do that. Does it have a constructor though? Void target. Ah, okay. So maybe you don't need to make it equal something like that. Right, so when we restart the game now, we'll just trigger that event. So manually trigger game. Is basically this start game. So in here we'll call on restart on game restarted question mark dot invoke. We'll call that trigger game restarted event. Then we can go to, like here, we clear the pool when the game restarts. We could do it here like that, or we could just go to the pool manager, have it register to this event, and then just do it that way. And also start spawning enemies. So you can kind of like listen to it that way. Do we unregister from this player on def? On disable? Okay. Ah, that's on def. We trigger player died. We should unregister really. Can you unregister? Go to definition. On def. Die. On def invoke. And then can you do like on def dot like deregister everything? How do I do that? Deregister all listeners from on def event. On def equals null. Is that how you do it? I guess because you plus and equals. Interesting. Okay. Then we have an event now in our game manager called game restarted. So we can go to our door. Where's our door? We don't have like a door manager, which we should have. Door health manager. So we'll add new script. Door manager. So our door manager is going to, on start, it's going to, we'll do a private void game restarted. Okay, and then we'll do in start, we'll do game manager dot instance, yeah, on game restarted plus equals game restarted. So we basically register to that event. Then in here we know we're going to want a reference to the how will we do it? We'll have a game object we just disable and enable for the door. So let's have serialized field, game object, door object. And then we'll do game restarted, door object, dot set active true. We'll also get the health manager, the serialized fields, health manager, door health manager, and then we'll tell it to like heal itself. Dot what have we got? I think we had like a full heal or something. Current health, on death, take damage. Didn't we have like reset health? No. Full heal. Full heal. Cool. So set the door object true and do a full heal. Then we'll do, the problem is our health manager at the moment tries to destroy the object when it runs out of health, which for most things will be fine, but not for a door where we need to keep track of it. So or we could just spawn a new door in and have the door manager be separate to the door. No, I feel like the door should be responsible for resetting itself. I don't feel like we should have another object that is not the door that is responsible for the door. Feels like to make the door aware of itself. A self-aware door. Alright, so we need a private bool destroy on death. And I'll make it equal true usually, so that it is true for everything that already has one of these. And then we can do it's died, invoke on death, and set this to null. And then here we'll do if don't destroy on death, then return, else destroy. Fried chicken says, what are you doing? I will show you. Else destroy or despawn. Okay, so we basically got these doors in between rooms that you shoot at and it destroys the door. But the script that we have on them is just a normal health manager. So we don't want the door to be destroyed. We just want it to disappear and come back. Okay, so on our door, we're going to add another object as a child object, cube. And then we're going to copy over all this stuff. So we're going to put the box collider. I think it should already have one on the door. It does. So we can take it off of here actually. Remove. Remove the mesh there. And that one. Cool. And then let's remember this scale 0.3 to 3. And we'll do 1, 1, 1. And then we'll put all those sizes on here. So 0.3 to 3. No. Oh yeah, there you go. Then we will do the door object is the child. We'll call that door. Actual door. I don't know. Physical active door. Active door. What kind of game do you want to create? I will press play and show you what we've got so far in a second. Just need to make sure this works. Health manager. So we don't destroy the door, but what we want to do is or do we want to destroy the door? No, we don't want to destroy the door. But we'll register to the health manager in here. We'll do private void door destroyed. And then we'll set the door to be false when that happens. And then we'll sign up in here to door health manager on death. We do door destroyed. Why does it not equal that? Health manager on death. Oh, we pass in the game object. So door destroyed game object. Geo. And then we could pass that in, but we're not gonna. There we go. Save. Okay, so that should work. So the type of game we want to make, I'll press play and explain it, is, at the moment, this is what I'm thinking. You spawn into the lift, you are on a floor, loads of enemies will appear on the floor, you'll destroy them. Oh no, we can't destroy the doors. You destroy all the enemies, you go back into the lift, you go into the next floor and you choose an upgrade. But when you're choosing an upgrade, it also comes with a downgrade. And the downgrades are stuff like more enemies or stronger enemies or enemies have more health. And so each floor you go through, you make the game harder by choosing the downgrades, but also you get an upgrade as well. And you have to weigh up which upgrade you want and which downgrade you're willing to take at the same time. And then you kind of move through the floors. There'll be bosses, different types of floor, different enemies. And it's basically like a roguelike twin stick shooter. A bit like Binding of Isaac, but isometric and just with different mechanics in as we go. Why are the doors not getting destroyed though? What's going on there? So, oh, it's because the health manager needs to be on the actual door itself, not on this object. So I will copy that and delete it, remove, and put that on the active door. Paste there. And then go back to the door, go in and make the active door health manager that, and then edit this. Cool, I didn't have one of those require components. Yeah, like Hotline Miami, if it was procedural instead of fixed levels, that is probably a good explanation. So like a roguelike version of Hotline Miami. Play. That's the idea anyway, but like I'm happy with it changing over time. Just got a subscription. Dab from Vince. Thank you. Alright, start game. We should be able to destroy doors. Yes, we can. And hopefully, if I die, I can get the doors to reset. So I'll just take out like a few enemies and I will then find a way to die. Then hopefully the doors get that message we just set up and respawn back in. Yes, the doors are back, but now cannot be destroyed again. Okay. Interesting. Is it expecting them to have a health bar on the health manager? Health bar. Oh, okay, no, just it's fine. Do I want to log it or not? Probably not. So, where's it going wrong? It's going wrong. The door manager, it listens for the door manager. It gets set and it does a full heal. Okay, and then we've got a health manager. So full heal sets your current health to be your maximum health, and then it's fine. Take damage does current health minus the damage, and it will do die if your health is less than 0 or 0. And that should trigger the event, and it should say whatever object name has died. Oh. We stop listening on death, which we don't want to do for the door. We will do if you destroy it. Save. Save all. Cool. That should mean now when you destroy the doors, it doesn't lose the events on them. So it can spawn the doors back in again. Start game. Destroy some doors. Get killed by an enemy. And then restart. The doors are back. And we can destroy them again. Awesome. Let's get killed again. Restart game. Yeah, cool. Should we like do a cool particle effect when the door is exploded? I know we said no art, but I feel like particles are kind of fine. It's a bit of a distraction, but still. Alright, so we know our door is 0.3 across by 2 high by 3 wide. So if we go back now to our scene. Yeah, well, roguelike, one of the two. I don't know which one technically, but yeah, so each floor you do, you'll get like different upgrades and stuff, and each time you play it'll be different. And the level layout will be different each time as well. Is the aim, the hope. Okay, so we changed our particles to a mesh, and we used a cube. And then for the material, I'm just going to use like, do we have some default materials in here? I can just use like the player material, I suppose. Like player. Do I have a door material? No. Wall material? Where's my walls? Why does the wall have two? Oh, okay, that's weird. Now this wall will do. Alright, so we have a cube that is wall shaped. Coloured. Why does it appear in a square? That's a bit odd. Alright. So we want these to appear not in a cone shape, but in a box shape. And the box volume is 0.3 by 2 by 3. It's like a door shape. Is that right? Oh, the 3 is the wrong one. So that should be 3. That should be 2. Or we just put this rotation back and we put it back to 2 and 3. Cool. And then emission. Yeah, I guess volume. And let me just put this really high so we can see what's going on. We don't want them to have all that speed at the start. And we want the size of each one to be smaller. 0.1. See what that looks like. Like that. That seems very small though. 0.2. We don't want them to face the camera, so I think that's in renderer somewhere. Render alignment is just world. Look at that. There we go. So that's a bunch of cubes in the shape of a door. And then we could use a sphere. But we've used squares, cubes for the when you shoot the wall, it's squares that fall out. Let's make a new material for the door as well. So we'll get to materials. Duplicate the wall, paste it. We'll call this door. What colour would the doors be? Anyone have any preference? Door colour? Let's go to our prefabs, room prefabs, door. Put the door material on it. Deep purple. Let's try that. It's using lit material. We want to use door. There we go. And then we'll try a deep purple. Like either that one or we got this one. That's quite cool. Is that purple or brown? It's supposed to be purple. It does look quite Office Story though. Or we got it's pretty cool. Let's go with that. Cool. So we take this colour, swoop, and we put this on the particles as well. So where's particles? Oh, we could just put the same material on even. So we put the door material on here. Door. Cool. And then we want to do, we want to add a force onto the door particles, but we want it to, wait, so you can do gravity. Okay, that's pretty cool. It's falling. We want to do collisions, so it collides with stuff. With the world. Okay. We don't want it to bounce, because that looks really weird. We want it to like... It's really hard to explain, isn't it? We want it to basically not emit anything over time, but like do 100 particles, not 1,000. Whoa. 100 particles once when it starts, like that. Some of them aren't falling though, that's weird. It's supposed to have gravity. In world space. Restart. Why are some of them not falling? That's really weird. What are they like getting stuck on? That's weird. They're not... There's nothing there for them to get stuck on. We're not told them to dampen or anything. Collides with everything. Like, yeah. Except transparent effects. UI. Oh, not the mouse shoot layer. Yeah, that's what it was. They were getting stuck up. So we've got a layer all across the world where it checks where you click to figure out what direction you're aiming in. So it was colliding with that, which we do not want to happen. Cool, so I can put everything else back on, it's fine. Everything except mouse shoot. Right, so I do kind of like that it would just crumble into a mess of particles like that, but I think I want the force on it to push away from the door when you shoot it, if that makes sense. I don't want that to loop, I just want it to happen once. So like, psh, psh. I don't want it to just disintegrate on the spot. Maybe we make it just disintegrate for now. We'd leave it like that and figure something else out next time. Save. Okay, so what we want to do now is go back to our door. We'll add a new script. We'll add in a serialized field, private game object, door destroyed destruction particles. And then when door is destroyed, we'll do instantiate or we can do it through the pool even. Pool manager dot instance dot spawn from pool door destruction particles. The position would be transform dot position and quaternion would be, it'd just be the rotation, transform dot rotation. And then you can also do this thing where you do well, no, because we're destroying it. Okay. We're going to want like a despawn to pool after X amount of seconds, but we can deal with that in a minute. Okay. So the particle effects are going to be door destruction particle system, and that will go into particles, and then we'll put that onto the door as the particle effect, and then we delete it from the scene. Cool. Save, 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 and then if I override apply that and then press play, in theory it should play the particle effect whenever we destroy a door, which hopefully will look really cool. Let's try it out. Start game. Whoa! That actually looks way better than I thought it would. Whoa, look at that. Just crumble the door up. That's cool. It sort of looks like it turns it into voxels and then destroys it. Whoa, we're dying. Nice. Okay. Woo. Let's try again. Have another look. The effect would fit well with the graphics we made for the last iteration of the game before the reboot. Ah, yeah. Actually, I was using like quite QB voxely looking artwork. That is true. What I want to happen is when you shoot it, it adds a force onto the door that pushes all the particles away. Whoa, you can just run through them. Oh, it's because I shot as I ran. That's really fun. Like blasting your way through the door. With a nice sound effect, and if we could make the particles blast out, that would be even cooler as well. We could figure it out which way to face it and blast them out. I think we could do it. Let's have a look. So currently it just drops like that. Bloop, bloop. If we add a speed onto it, so we put 1 in and start. Which way is that going? Is that going? Play. Okay, that's going that way. We need a 3D rotation. Start speed. Well, inherit velocity. A local force onto it. It's single player right now. I don't know if we want it to be multiplayer. If we did, we'd have to rewrite quite a bit. Let's just try 10 there and see what happens when I press start. Okay, that goes that way, so 0. Let's put 10 on X. Which way is that going now? Okay. Let's try and see what happens if I do this. And also, where we did collision, let's dampen when it collides with something. We'll have it like 0.2. Okay, let's see what happens when I do this. I think it's not gonna... Like, sometimes it'll work, sometimes it'll blast the wrong way. But let's just see. Because what I could do then is I could rotate it based on which way it gets collided with. I might have to do a bit of math to figure it out. But let's have a look. Like, shoot that one. Oh, no, it's because there's 2 doors in the same place. So one is facing the correct way and one is facing the other way. But would that look cool if it was just... So some of them are 1 door. Would that look cool if it was trying to go the correct way? Or weird? It's weird that it keeps moving once it's hit the floor. It probably shouldn't do that. If I was making it multiplayer, I'd probably use Photon, just because I've used that a little bit already, so I kind of know how that works. But there are a lot of different options to use. I think we've made it look really weird now, so I'm going to take that off. I think in future, if we wanted to have that, we could. Otherwise, it's trying to polish something before it is even the proper thing, which is probably not the best idea. I like the door just like turning into particles and then dropping to the floor there. That's kind of interesting. Okay, one thing we do need though is on here we need to despawn this after a certain amount of time. I think, yeah, we have despawn to pool after timer. We can put that on like 5 seconds, I think the particle system takes. Yeah. 5. We can add that as a between 2 constants and have like 3 and 5. Fusion's the one I've used before. Photon fusion. I think until you hit a certain player count, it's free. I think you can just get it off the Unity asset store. Start game. Destroy, 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 destroy. I like it. It's cool. We probably want an effect when you destroy the enemies as well, because they just disappear. Maybe a similar sort of thing. We'll just make them explode into red cubes. Whee. Oh no, they're killing me. Deltarune explosion. What does the Deltarune explosion look like? There we go. Restart. Cool. So let's take that particle effect we just made. We'll duplicate it and we'll call it enemy destruction particle system. And then we will change the shape to like a capsule if that's possible. A mesh type mesh. Can I put in capsule? Yeah. You can just put in the capsule as the mesh. So in theory, oh yeah, look, there it is. Large capsule. It's the same size as the door though, so let's fix that. So it should be like 1 by 1. Yeah, look at that. Woo! Plate. That's weird. It's sort of... It was only coming out the top and the bottom of the capsule. Type vertex, no. Edge. Ah, that's better. Nice. And then for the material, I guess we can just find the enemy material. Enemy. Look at that. Blip, blip, blip. Blip, 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 blip. And we can... I think that's good. That's all we need, really. Cool. So, if we save that, save, we go to our enemy, prefab enemy, and we have a door in here somewhere that's not even attached to anything. Yeah, we can delete that door. There we go. Save. Go to our enemy, and we don't have like even an enemy manager. We just have a health manager. Do we maybe want an enemy manager as well? Or we could put on the health manager effect to spawn. Let's do it that way. We'll have a destruction particles on our health manager instead. Serialize field private game objects. I use pun for my project. Is it good or I need to change? I've not used it. I don't know the difference. Like, I don't know what the difference is between Fusion and Pun. I would have to look up. Unless you can look up and see what it says the difference is. Game objects. Destruction particles. And then when we do die, we can just do spawn destruction particles. If destruction particles isn't null, then spawn pool manager dot spawn instantiate, Pool manager instance dot spawn from pool destruction particles at this position and this rotation, presumably. Cool. So then we can go on our enemy, which we're already on. You need to get a Steam credit for using the Steam API. I thought you were using the Godot multiplayer API. Does that not do the same job as the Steam one, or is it for something else? Destruction particles, enemy destruction particles, put them in there. Save. Alright, let's just see now. In theory, enemies should explode into particles when we destroy them. In theory. Exit prefab mode. Oh, port forwarding, yeah. That's what Photon does for you. I think the Steam one actually doesn't do that. You have to do it yourself even if you use the Steam one. Whoa, it works. It sort of turns into a puddle. A puddle of particles. It's quite amusing. I want it to like use the volume of the mesh rather than the edges of the mesh, but that's fine. We could have done sphere and stretched it out. You have one. Restart. Nice. Alright. You can get away with no port forward if you use Steam. That's cool. Oop. I kind of want them to explode outwards rather than just into a puddle though. Let's see if we can make them just go. Your particle is so good, thank you. I don't want it to just drop though. I want it to kind of like, if I add speed onto it, which direction will that go? Oh, look at that! That's good. Speed 2. That's gonna look awesome. Yeah, it's like, so you can stream to TikTok and it's fine, but if you want to stream to TikTok from your computer, you need like a special authorization thing. and you have to go through this special page to do it. But for whatever reason, they just keep revoking it after like, I think it's like every week they revoke it unless you've used it and whatever. But I only want to stream once a week, so every time I come to do it, it's like revoked it and like restricted me again. And then if I do it midway through the week, it's like try again in a few days, and it's just I've only managed to stream once out of like 4 weeks. It's really annoying. I don't know if you can just get like whitelisted and then it just always works. That would be ideal. Alright, if I explode this, it should explode the particles out and look really cool. Oh, I did. They didn't just like disintegrate into a little circle. They actually kind of exploded outwards. That's cool. Whoop. Whoop. Maybe we just do that with a door as well. Although I think the door all went in one direction when I tried it. Let's go back to the door and see if we can make that cool as well. So this is what it looks like at the moment. It just all drops down into a puddle. But if we change from volume to shell, box thickness, restart. Okay. And then we add a start speed. Did we say 2? See, that all moves in one direction. Did it? Oh, that way. Why does that one move in one direction but the other one didn't? Maybe I don't want it on box then, I want it on mesh. And we want it on edge. And we want to use the cube. And we want to restart. It blasts out from the edges, which I guess if it was a higher poly cube, it would probably look better. We don't really want it from... What does triangle do? Oh, that's kind of more like it, I suppose. What if I make the start speed random between 2 constants? 2 and 5. It's probably too much. Alright, let's just try that. It looks like it might be a bit crazy, but we'll see what happens in actual game play. I don't want to waste too long messing around with particles though. I feel like I've already spent a long time on particles now. Start game. Okay, that's cool. That will work perfectly for now. And then destroy an enemy, and they explode as well. Pretty cool. How long do my bullets travel before they get destroyed? Quite far. There is a timer on how far they can travel, but I guess it's too far at the moment because you can just shoot indefinitely. Okay, destroy them. Restart. Okay, so from the list of things we wanted to do, we wanted to get enemies shooting back at you, but we don't need that right now. Because they can just attack you by running into you. We want to get procedural flaws. I've only got an hour left though. And what else do we want to do? The upgrade system. That also feels like a big amount of work. Should we do rooms and procedural? I don't know if we're going to have enough time in an hour to do it. I just don't know. I'm not sure. Because we could start it and then next week when I come back to it, I'll have to try and remember what I was doing. Well, we kind of need to do it anyway, so let's just do it. Being lazy. Alright, so let's go back to our scene. We've still called it sample scene, we've not renamed it. That's fine. I'm going to duplicate it. So I'm going to sample scene and then I'm going to call this proc gen scene for procedural generation. Okay, so we've gone into the procedural one. Now we can sort of just delete everything in here because we're going to generate it all in code. So delete that, delete all these rooms. Do we just place the lift in code as well or not? Oh, why is it in such a weird position? Oh, why is that like that? What are we thinking? Why is the lift in such a weird position? Is that based on like the size of the walls or something? Wait, if I undo and get the rooms back, are the rooms in a weird position as well? No. The rooms are not in a weird position. They're sort of like all on whole numbers basically, except this one. This one's in a weird -9 point something. Why would it be that? And not like -10? No. 0. That's weird. What was that on before? -9.5. Oh, EO17 is when it goes weird. It's a 0 basically. Why is the lift at such a weird position though? Oh, because it's like a really weird size. That's really odd. I don't know why I've done that. I feel like that's ridiculous. Why have I made a lift a stupid size? No one knows. Alright, let's add a floor in. So we'll just add a 3D plane 0, 0, 0. We'll just make this like 100 by 100 by 100. And we will just put this black material. Is this the default? Where's our materials? We've got a floor material, put that on it. Okay. Alright. So the lift being a weird size is really odd. I don't think we want that. I think we want it to be like a fixed number of squares, otherwise it's just going to make it all way more confusing than it needs to be. Also, I think we should have lift room, and the lift room generates in first and then it spawns like the rest of the stuff. So the lift maybe should be, it'll look weird, but in the middle of the room, or it just spawns in like this and this is sort of fine, and then you just don't spawn a room in here. Should we plan this in like Paint or something? Alright, I've got Paint open. I need to add it to the stream so you can see. Can I add a new source while streaming? Window capture. Add a new source. Paint. We are trying to make the floor generate procedurally. Okay. I'm trying to capture Microsoft Paint. You can't see that at all, can you? It's just like a big empty space. Is that not working? Oh, look at that, how weird that is. Whoa. Everything's broken. You can't capture paint. That just doesn't work. Well then, what should we capture instead of paint? Let's just, we don't need to sketch it out, we'll just do it here. Basically, this is what a floor could look like. We start with our lift room, we place our lift and our room attached to it, and then we check in all three directions and we're like, this room is fine, this one also, place one here, and then around each one of those we check again and we'll just place rooms like that. That seems fine, but maybe we want to have this automatically placed like that, let's go into our prefabs. We've got room prefabs. We'll make a new folder called procedural. Now we're going to make a new prefab. We'll call this, well, we'll just make it a room. So let's make a new room. And for a room right now, this will just sound really weird, but we're just going to make it a sphere. 0, 0, 0. Okay, so this is procedural room. How do you deal with the Christian feeling that you're going to have to rewrite a whole script? Yeah, it's annoying. I think as long as you're getting something better out of doing it, then it feels worth it. And it doesn't feel worth it until you've done it as well, which is annoying. Alright, so we've got procedural room. Let's put the sphere inside the room, actually. And we'll make the sphere, is it 10 by 10 by 10? Cool. And this is just going to visually show us where we're placing rooms, basically. So we'll do it with spheres first, rather than actual rooms. And then we go back here, we'll turn off these. Sphere collider, we'll get rid of it. Okay, so it's just a sphere. Let's make that into a prefab here. Cool. And then we'll also have, we need like starting room. So we will unpack this. Unpack completely. Procedural room, and we'll have this as procedural starting room. And that'll have a sphere in it, but we'll change the colour of the sphere to like enemy, so it's red. Cool. We'll save that. So now we've got a procedural room and a procedural starting room. And we'll just delete that from the scene. Cool. Now let's delete all of these rooms that we've already got. We'll just leave the lift where it is for now. Okay. Cool. Let's go to our game manager. We're going to make a new script now called procedural office or procedural. We'll call it dungeon, even though it's not a dungeon, it's an office. Procedural dungeon. No. Procedural floor generator. There you go. The procedural floor generator. Catchy. Okay, so we have done that. We'll apply. Edit. Now, how are we going to do this? We are going to have a public void generate floor, and yeah, that will be how we do it. And then we'll have a public void place room, and we'll need to implement that. And then we'll have public void place start room, like that. Okay, and then we need to define what is a room. So we'll, do we just want to do that in here? No, we'll do a new script. So now we're going to have, do we just want to do, let's do serialized field, private game object, and this will be our starting room prefab, and then we'll have our room prefabs, and then we will have a number of rooms, 10. So we're going to kind of do it on a grid, basically. So we need I'll do it down here for now, and then maybe if we want to separate out into other scripts we can do. But a public class, and we'll call this grid pos, as it's like a position on the grid. And then yeah, we'll have a public int x, public int y, and what else do we need? Yeah, grid pos x and y, like that. Cool. Now we can do oh, not a class. We could do this as a struct. Like that. Okay. Then we will do a dictionary of grid pos and the game object, which really is a room. We'll call it floor layout equals a new dictionary, like that. Cool. Yeah. Yeah. So when we place the start room, we know that we want to place the start room at 0, 0. So we'll do place room, and then we want to put in a grid position, grid pos, and grid pos, and a game object. We'll call that room object. So we want to do place room at grid pos 0, 0. No, new grid pos 0, 0. And the room is the starting prefab. Like that. So always we're going to generate the floor. We will do place start room, and that will mean that we know that we have placed that room. Okay, so when we place a room, we're going to do a game object, new room equals instantiate room object at a new position of grid position x times 10, grid position y times 10, quaternion identity. Because the rooms actually are size 10, but they won't always be necessarily. So let's just do that though. Serialize grid size equals 10. And then we'll times here by the grid size, not by magic number 10. Grid size times grid size. So now we should just press start. If we try it, it should just generate a red sphere in this 0, 0 position. If I put the starting room as the room here, and then in room prefabs I just drag in the procedural room. Save. 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 Okay. Play. Start game. I didn't tell it to run, did I? Generate floor, no. So let's make it on start. We'll do it now. Generate floor. Save. Save. You are not 24. How old do you think I am? If you had to guess. 32. Incorrect. I'm 36-ish? Something like that. I think 36. Alright, so it worked. We press play and we place the start room at 00. 78 next year. Okay, so we can create a room at 00. Cool. Then, what are we going to do? We should also block off where the elevator is, or the lift, as I like to call it, which is, how are we doing this? Let's see. If we look at it from above, it would be, oh no, Z. It'd be in the Z-axis, the Y-axis, I suppose. Let's just try here. Place room, new grid pause, and we'll call it like 01, and we'll do the first room type, and we'll just see which direction this goes in, because this is now the Y-axis. So I don't know if that'll be over the top of the lift or on the other side of the lift, other side of the sphere. Let's find out. I'm hoping positive will move away from the lift and go down in the opposite direction. But it don't really matter if not. We can still figure it out. Okay, so positive places the room over the top of where the lift is. But that's good, because what we want to do is we want to lock off that position. And we can lock off that position by doing, when we place the starting room, we place the room, and then we will, we'll do floor layout, grid position equals the new room. And then also on the start one, we know that we want to do floor layout, grid pause plus. Can we add it together though? Well, we know what it is anyway. It's 01. And then we want to add the same room again. So we could maybe put here, instead of void, we'll do game objects, and we'll just return the new room like that. And then we can do new room, game objects, starting room equals place room, and then we can do starting room. So this will look weird. No, like that, equals starting room. No, that don't work. Why does that not work? Oh, you got to put new grid pause 01. What I'm not sure about, and we should check here, is in start, let's just do this. Let's do debug.log does, and then we'll put a $sign here. We'll go does curly brackets or does grid pos 01 equal grid pos 01. And that probably sounds really weird, but basically I want to know if doing new grid pos 01 equals new grid pos 01, because I don't know if that will count as a new grid position and that will also count as a different new grid position, and then it will think, oh, they don't equal the same thing, even though both of them have the same grid position, if that makes sense. Like, they could, we want those two to equal the same thing, but I don't know if they will, because basically it's like saying we have one grid position where the x is 1 and the y is 0. If we have another grid position where the x is 1 and the y equals 0, are these two grid positions equal to each other? To us as humans, yes, they are. To my computer, I don't know. So let's just press play, and it should say either true or false. I'm hoping it says true, and that those two grid positions are equal to each other. If it's just false, then we've got to kind of figure out a way to do that. False. Ugh. Oh, that really makes things difficult. We can't use that as a grid position if those two don't equal the same thing, because then we'd never be able to find the room again. Because then we can't do... This returns false because structs are value types and do not override equals by default. You need to implement equatable and override equals and get hash code for proper comparison. You can compare the fields directly. I don't want to do that. What would be a... What is the opposite of a value type? Reference type. Yeah, but reference type is not what we want to do. If I'm happy... Let's change the struct because we want to compare by using equals equals operator. So what would we change it to? We need to override the equals measure. We don't want to do that though. No, I don't want to do that. But I am using it in a dictionary as a key. So we need to make sure that the get hashcode method is implemented correctly. Let's do that now. we also need to implement iEquatable interface for the struct. Okay, should we just try and do that? System iEquatable. Okay, and then we do what? How do we do that? Show potential fixes. What, you just put system iEquatable? Or do you just put iEquatable? I don't know how to do it. I'm going to Google iEquatable construct example Unity. Let's see what it comes up with. Okay, so we just need to do colon iEquatable system dot iEquatable grid pos. Like that? Yeah. And then it'll say we haven't implemented it. Okay. So then we just have to do this equals grid pos other. Okay. And then all we got to do is if other is null, return false. Sure. Okay, if this x equals other x and this y equals other y, return true. And then return false if not. Grid pos and null. Oh, okay, you can't anyway. Fine. So if this x and other x and this y equals other y, then return true. Otherwise, return false. Now, is that an override though? I don't think that's an override. Let's see. Does that now return true? Because that'd be crazy if that now returns true. False. So that hasn't worked. Do I need to do like an override or something on that? Public override. No method to override. Huh. What then? Using struct as key in dictionary equals oh, if we use a class, no, that wouldn't work either, I don't think. Oh, let me try the way you've said it. So public override bool equals. Do you have to have it? Oh, does it have to be objects? Oh, okay. So we need to, if object is grid pos, then we can just do returns equals like that with the one we did before, else return false. Okay. So now, if we try that, clear, will this equal true? Who knows? False. They should equal each other though. If object is my struct, is my struct over return. That's basically what we're doing. Why is this not working though? Oh wait. Overrides object equals object O, but does not override object get hash code. Generate hash codes. Get hash code. Okay, so an hash code is an int. Oh wait, you can get the hash code of what? Return x y get hash code. What does that do? That gets the hash code of X and Y. What? I'm going to press play and see if that works. I don't understand what that does though. What would the hash code be of XY like that? It still says false. Why is it false? Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I'm doing. I'm using it as a key in a dictionary up here. I'm doing new dictionary of key position, game object. And the key position here is new grid pos 01 equals equals. Although this is bool operator, can you do like a override? Is there like a system comparable grid pos? Oh, and then what does this one have? Implement. This says compare to. What does that work like? I don't understand. Why does that want an int? Comparable. I'm gonna have to look this up. Add this. Let's see. Public override bool equals object is grid pos other and equals other. Why does it not like that? It already has equals here with the same. Should I just rename that something else? Check if equal. And then I make that one return check if equal. And then this equals, and then I make this check if equal. I don't like that though. It says I already have the same. Oh, because I got it here. Public static bool operator equals equals. Okay, let's try that one. I think this is basically like doing the same as this now. Override equals equals operator if using the operator. Okay, let's try that. So I would do. How would I do that? Override equals equals. Public static bool operator equals equals grid pos a b equals a check if equal b. Why didn't they like that though? Requires, oh, you got to define a not equal equals that. And then what am I not implementing now? Compare to. Oh, I don't understand what the compare. Maybe I'll get rid of the compare one. And what am I not doing here? Oh, the equals one. Well, for this I can just do return check if equal other. Save. Maybe this will work. Play. False. I'm going to look at the paste bin that you've just pasted. Let's have a look. Let's see. It doesn't seem to let me view that. It just takes me back to... Oh, there we go. Yeah. Custom struct. What's this? Field 1, field 2. Let's delete this then. Well, we have a lot of this already. Let's see. Public override bool equals object where object is bool other and yeah, I suppose field 1 x equals other dot x and y equals other dot y. Sure. And then public override int get hash code. They've got the same thing there. And then public static operator, bool operator. Yeah. Equals group as a check if equal. Oh, we can just do equals. A dot equals B. And same here. Doesn't equal A dot equals B. Cool. Save. Then if we go back here and try again. Clear, play. False. Should these be like overrides or something? Public like override? No. You can't override that. Can you override that? No. You use grid position 0, 1 instead of 0, 1. What would that do differently? Oh, what was that doing though? What did the square brackets do in that situation? 0. I don't even know what square brackets would do. It's an array. Oh. True. We did it, chat. Okay. Oh. We're creating arrays, and the arrays aren't the same. I see. So maybe that would have worked a whole bunch of times. And we just couldn't see it because I was doing arrays instead of actual grid positions. Alright. So, we make the starting room. We also want to add the grid pause. Yeah. As a new room. And then, yeah, add 1 as a starting room as well. Cool. I think that will then work. And then what we're going to do is we are going to public void place random room, random connected room. Place random connected room. And then we're going to, this will be really confusing. We need to choose this is really confusing. So can a grid pause be null? I would say it can. So in here, when we place a starting room, place start room, we should put that as null, which might work. And then we can go while hang on. Bool room chosen equals false, and also game objects chosen grid pause chosen room pause equals, we'll just do new grid pause 0 0. Okay, so while the room isn't chosen, we're going to int possible room max equals floor layout.count, so we can see how many rooms we have. And then we'll do if possible room max is less than or equal to 0, return, because that's an error. And then we'll do if we'll do random room int random room index equals random.range 0 and the possible room max, how many we have. Then we will do game object random room equals null. Then we'll do random room equals floor layout at the dot contain. Let's check. Can we? How do we turn? We basically need to get a list possible rooms equals a new list of the keys, not the keys, the values from there, not a list of that either. It equals a new list of game object list game object possible rooms is a new list of game objects using those. No, let's do it the other way around. So instead of using the game object, we'll do list grid pos possible pos grid pos equals new list of grid pos, and then we'll use the keys. If
go to bed. Sorry, I didn't find a group or device named Lava Lamp.
Okay. If if floor layout dot contains key, it will contain the key because we've just got the key, right? List of keys. Okay, so randomly choose one of those keys. So grid pos random grid pos equals that. Zip. Then random room equals that. And then if random room doesn't equal null, then we have a room. Okay. AI might now have a good prediction, so let's try this. List of grid positions. Possible new positions are the random grid position +1, -1, and then +1, -1 in y-axis as well. The valid new positions are the same ones, except we need to check that they're not in the dictionary. And if they are, then good, we add them. If there are more than 0 valid positions, good, then we can do index, choose one at random. Yeah. Room chosen is true. Room to place equals room prefabs, choose a random room, place room at the chosen room and the room to place. Place random connected room. Else it'll just loop around again. Oh, we got a raid. Thank you. From Red Cabin Games. Whoa, 29 people. That's crazy. Oh, I did ages ago do Rockumentation of the Unity documentation. I was doing songs out of them. That's ages ago. That's crazy. I forgot I did that for a while. I'll show you what we're working on. It might actually just work now. So let me just mash that in a few times. We'll do for int I equals 0. I is less than number of rooms -1. Why? Well, less than the number of rooms. I++ place random connected room. Okay, cool. In theory, I will press play and it will randomly generate a floor now. In theory. We'll see. Play. So it should create a red sphere here and then just 10 spheres in. Whoa, look at that. Whoa. So each one of those represents a room, and that's an elevator there with our player in. If I click play, you can't get out because there's these massive spheres in the way now. But we're using these spheres to represent rooms. If I press play again, we should hopefully get a different layout. In theory. Oh, it works. Look at that. Random generation. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 10 rooms again. So it seems to be working. We said we wanted 10 rooms. Let's try doing 100 rooms and see if my computer sets on fire. Blake, is it going to break or is it going to work? Whoa, look at that. That's 100 rooms. Nice. I did work at Mediatonic and we made Fall Guys, but I wasn't a developer on the game. I ran all the social channels. So I did like the Twitter and everything. I just read your Yoda tutorial comment. That's really funny. That's so long ago. Thanks for checking out the stream. Alright, so I will show you now in the other scene what the actual game is, because that doesn't really explain anything. It's called Sample Scene. Alright, we'll go here. And let me just make sure there's no dungeon generator on this. Turn it off. There we go. Play. Alright, so the game is a twin stick shooter roguelike game based in an office. Okay, so you will start game. You'll start in an office in a lift and you're on a floor, and then all of your co-workers are robots and the robots are trying to kill you. You're the only human left at this office. So you have to fight your way through all the office rooms. Destroy all these robots that are trying to kill you. And then, in between each floor, you'll choose between different upgrades that you want to take on. So it's kind of like roguelike. And each upgrade comes with a downside as well. That's random. So you might choose, I want double bullets, but the double bullets might come with more enemies. So then you go on the next floor and yeah, you've got double bullets, but you now have more enemies. Or the other choice might have been, instead of double bullets, you got faster running shoes, so you can run quicker. But the downside for the running shoes might be enemies have double bullets. So you kind of have to choose the items you want, but also watch out for the downsides that you don't want. And there'll be synergies between the items that you do want, and there'll be synergies between the enemy ones as well. So you're trying to make sure you choose the best items for you, but also you're trying to choose the worst items for the enemies. And then there'll be bosses as well, between however many floors. You'll have to fight bosses as well. And so there's a shader so that you can see yourself when you go to the walls. Basically, when you kill all the enemies like that, you're supposed to go back to the lift, and then you'll move up to the next floor. And in between floors, then you would choose your upgrade and then restart game. I like the idea, but this requires you to design a lot of levels, or what? Well, that then takes us to what we were just working on. If I jump over to this, save. We're making a procedural generator that will make rooms randomly. So when you see the red room, that's where you start, next to the lift. And then all the other spheres are randomly placed rooms around that. At the moment, they all are quite like... how to explain it? They are centered around the lift a lot, which might be cool, but it would be quite nice to have some like gaps and stuff. So I might need to change the way I just randomly choose a room and then place an object next to it. But that means that the older the room is, the more chance of placing a room next to it you have. Let's lower it down because it's like 100 rooms. Let's like make it like more realistic. Let's make let's do 20 rooms and just see how that looks. So play. Cool, no worries. Thanks for jumping in and watching. Okay, look, see, this looks a bit of a different floor. There's like there's a dead end over here and some extra rooms there. And then what we might do as well is like combine some of the rooms together to make like longer or bigger shaped rooms, which might be interesting as well. So what should we do? We should change the spheres now. So now we know it works. Let's go into the sphere procedural room. Are you going to PuckGen rooms interior? Yeah, so I'm going to delete this sphere now. This was mostly just to sort of test it and make sure it was working. We'll put a floor in first. So I guess we could use a quad for it. Angle it so it faces downwards. Should it be that way or minus 90? No, it should be 90. Then we want to size that up to be 10 by 10 by 10. Oh, probably 1 in that direction. Oh, no, there you go. 10, 1. Alright, it needs a material on it. So let's use the floor material that we made before. Over here. Floor. And then we'll go back here. Let's now delete this overall floor that I made. Or we'll just make it invisible anyway. If I press play now, we should just have all the floors of the rooms and no spheres. Nice, look at that. Except the starting room. Let's just do that one quickly. So It's just a different object is all. Starting room. Get rid of the sphere. We'll go in. We'll just take the procedural room and put it in the starting room as well. There we go. Yeah, and that's fine for now. We'll just basically it is a normal room still for now. So if I press play, we should start in the lift, and a bunch of enemies should spawn in randomly. Not in each room though at the moment, but that's fine. Cool. So now we have a random layout for the floor, but we don't have any walls. So enemies will chase us. We can destroy the enemies. At the moment the enemies just like charge towards you, but we'll have different types of enemies. So we'll have some that shoot, some that stay still but shoot as well. Look at the particles are falling through the floor. That's fine though. Okay, you've won. Restart. So if I just look at the shape of that and then I stop it and start it again just to check it still looks different and make sure it's working. Cool. Now we've got a different shaped floor as well. Start game. Nice. So we should put some floor in the lift, I suppose. We can do that. Lift. Add a quad floor, and then we'll do 90, and we'll make it. I think the lift is a weird size at the moment, so we probably want to fix that, but it's like 3.25, I don't know, 3.35. It's something really weird. Is it 3.4? I don't know. We'll just do 3.4. We probably want to use like an actual whole number for the lift though in future, but cool. And then I will give it like, I think we've got a lift material, yeah. There we go. Cool. Play. Let's try again. Let's have a look. Start game. Cool, so if a lift opens up, you come onto the floor. The floor is randomly generated now, and enemies start spawning in. We're going to have to figure out where to put all the walls now, which I think is going to be a bit tricky. But maybe not the most tricky thing. Cool. Stop. Alright, so let's think. How will we know where to place walls? We can go to our dungeon generator. Let's add public void, place walls. So we are going to need a few different prefabs. We're going to need wall prefab and also wall with door prefab. And then we're going to go through every room and we're going to place walls only on how are we going to know? We place walls on every... Alright, this is how we can do the outside walls of everything. We can just do, for each key value pair in floor layout, the position equals the key and the room equals the value. If the room doesn't equal null, then place a wall in each direction like that. Basically. Check and place wall doesn't exist. Well, we'll make it exist. Public void check. Check and place wall. It's not void though, is it? It's just, I don't know. Let's not, I don't think we need to check and place it. We can just place it, right? Let's... Oh. I see what it's saying. We need to know if there's a room or not. Okay. So, yeah, basically that. If the floor layout doesn't contain the check position, or the check position equals null, so there's no room, then no adjacent room, place a wall. If there's adjacent room, place a wall with a door. We don't want to do that, or we're going to end up with double walls with doors. That's fine though. We'll just do that. That's okay. For now. Okay. Save. So once you've generated the floor, then we will do place walls. Let's just try it. I don't know if this is going to work straight away. I think this is going to not work, in fact. But let's have a look at what happens. We basically need to put our walls onto our dungeon generator code. So wall with door here, and wall with just closed wall. Save. 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 Play. Let's see what happens. Well, oh, Why are some of the walls in the ground as well? Let's have a look. What are we doing? So, current position. All door. Okay. Oh. it needs to be halfway between this and, so let's see, vector free current room pos equals that, vector free adjacent room pos equals that. So then the room with the door would be in the middle of those two. Is that how you do that? That plus that divided by that by 2? Yeah. And then the position would be the door position. Okay, might work. Let's try that. Play it. Let's see how crazy that looks. Yeah. Yeah. No or yeah. Okay, so the walls with doors are in the correct places. But the walls that are supposed to be around the edges are in the middle of the room. So we need to do that code again for this bit. So wall position would be that plus that, and then new position there would be the wall position. And we could probably put that there actually. Like that. Zoop. And then delete those 3 lines. And delete those 3 lines. And then put wall position here. Save. Cool. So unpause, play again. That has worked, except the walls are too low down. But that might be the prefab. I might have done those wrong. Oh, and we want to fix this one here as well. Also, I think there's probably 2 walls in this space here. Yeah, look, there's 2 walls there. Okay. So, closed wall. And then wall with door. The wall is like a separate object underneath. Copy. Hi there, room. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Hello. How are you doing? Has been a long time since I used to stream. Many years. Very nice progress. Thank you. It has come together faster than I thought it would. Let's go back to closed wall and paste that in. Oh, that didn't work. Okay, there it is. Paste it at 0, 0, 0. And actually we want to like 0.5 it up, I think. If we go to wall with door, oh, the wall is like 1 high. So let's go back to closed wall it should be 1 high there. And should it be 2 tall? Wall with door. 2. Closed wall. 2 high. And then 1 there. That should be 1 and 1. And then that should be 0.2 and 10. And then we can delete the mesh render on here. Remove, potentially. Close all. Okay, and then that should be correct. I mean, I'll just put that 0, 0, 0 to be sure. Save. Okay, so if I press play now, I used to watch my drawing classes back on YouTube in 2013. That's a long time ago. 12 years. Woo. This worked. The only place it hasn't worked, which is fine, is on the lift here. We have a special wall that is wall with lift opening. So if I override, apply all. If I just put one of those walls in for now, save, and then I go to here, I'm just going to check if we don't have the current key. And also floor layout check pos equals null, then we know it is the lift room. Oops, check pos equals null. It's the lift room, so we can maybe then we would instantiate lift wall prefab wall position rotation. Cool, and then we just put another prefab in for the lift wall. Yeah, maybe we do it that way then. Then we can delete the one in here. What is the program being used? So this is Unity. It's free. You can get it and start making games for free, which is really, really cool. And then this for coding is Visual Studio, which is also free, and it comes with Unity when you install Unity. So everything I'm using right now is completely free, which is really cool. Game Manager. Here we want to put the wall with the lift opening in it, and then apply all. Save, save, save. Okay, let's try now. Now it should, in theory, put the lift wall between the lift and the start room. No. And it broke. Why did it break? The grid pos was not present in the dictionary. Oh. Yeah, okay, so this is incorrect. That's not what we should do. Check pause is the current position. Okay, let's see. So it was happening in here though, because we're getting that situation there. Okay. Let's go back. So basically, we don't want to say it doesn't contain that. We're basically saying if it does contain the key, but the object is null, then it's the lift. Type of game you want to do. I will show you if it plays. So each time you jump in and play, the floor should be randomly generated differently. And it's basically, it's this big office and you're an office worker and all the other employees are robots and they're trying to kill you. So you have to kill them all. And then go to the next floor and kind of repeat and get all the way to the top. We're having a bit of trouble. It's not generating the correct wall here between or is it? That's the normal wall. Okay. It did generate the correct wall. It just also generated a wall as well. Alright, let's just have another quick look. So okay, so if floor layout current pause equals null, then this is when we know it is the lift room. So return, don't do anything. Okay. So let's play. Start game. So no, it's not words. If it's not grid current position is place walls around the room. If room equals null. If room equals null, then return. Okay. Okay. Play. That might work. No. Hmm. So, for this situation, basically, this room exists. This room is in the dictionary, but it's null. So let's just jump back in here and see what would happen. So, the current room would equal null. Right? The current room would equal null. Yeah, okay. So that gets rid of... That just means that the other way round, the null won't create any walls. Okay. Then the start room, that is in... That's true. Or if the check position is null, that's the thing that's catching it. Then if it contains the key and also is null, that should be the lift. So let me just check. The lift doesn't have a wall built in. And the starting room did I put a wall in there? No. What? Let me just check. So, am I in the prefab here? Yeah. Let's go out of the prefab. Let's just press play. Do I spawn in a wall with lift? Wall with lift opening. I do spawn one in the incorrect place there. And also there. And I probably do one there as well. Oh, okay, so I'm going round this way, doing it the opposite way, I suppose. Why is that there, though? Let's go back to our dungeon manager bit here, where we place the start room. We add in floor layout. We make it null. And then we place connected rooms. We do all that. Let's make a record of the start room. So, serialize field, private, game object, start room. Shall we also do a serialize field, private, game object, lift? Because we could put the lift in that space. And then we can do place start room. With this, position equals the lift. Okay. And also starting room, we will save the starting room as starting room or start room. What did I call it? Start room equals starting room. Okay, so now when we go to here, place connected rooms, let's if room equals lift, then return. I can't do that. Oh, if the room is a lift, don't place any walls. Okay, and then if starting room, if room equals start room and check position, we'll do it down here. So hello, kid in the city. We're in the middle of very confusing code, but hopefully we've almost figured it out. So if let's think, if the room equals the start room and the room layout, the game object is the lift, then create a lift wall. Else no adjacent room, so place a wall. I think you caught that. Maybe an else in that line. Yeah. Now we might have got both cases there. So that should mean that only between the start room and the lift is that lift wall. Otherwise, it should just be a normal wall. And if the room is the lift, we don't place any walls around it. So clear errors, press play. In theory. Has worked. Nice. So we only have the lift with the lift wall there. Whoa! And then let's just make sure we can get to every room. So we can get to this room. We can get to this room. Whoa. I don't want to kill them all because the level will end. I've got to try to leave at least one alive. Okay, so I can get all the way down here. Ooh. Get in here. I'll leave that door for the last. Get across here. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Looks like we can get in every room. Every room is randomly placed. We are stacking walls at the moment. Here, these are all stacked twice because we check this room and we place this wall. Check this room and we place this wall again. So we need to... I don't know how we'll know we've already placed a room wall between those two. We could have... We could keep a dictionary. A dictionary where the key is 2 rooms. And if... could we do that? We basically need to know the position of the wall, and then we can keep a record of, is there a wall spawned in this position? But the position is tricky. Tired. I might have to call it here. I don't know how to check for duplicates in that situation. Properties on the room prefab. Yeah. One of the issues is if you have a place in the world like 2.5 by 2.5, when you're using floats, 2.5 doesn't always equal 2.5. It's really weird. So you can't do like a float of 2.5 equals float 2.5. It might approximately equal it, but it won't always equal the same thing. Brad, hello. How goes? I don't know how to solve that. It's weird. If we store, I don't know how we store it, but we store a grid position and another grid position, then we can get the wall that is between those 2 grid positions. So we basically need a way to look up a grid position and look up a second grid position and see, is there a wall? So I need like either a dictionary that takes a grid position and another grid position as a key, or you can do like multiple, like, how do you do 2 keys on one dictionary? I guess you could have, this is ridiculous, but you could have a dictionary that takes a key, and then the value is a dictionary of connected rooms to the first one. So you can look up the position, get the second dictionary, then look up the other position, and you'll know if there is a wall connecting the 2. I feel like there must be an easier way to do that though. maybe we keep track of every wall we create, and each wall we keep track of the rooms it's connected to. So each time we place a wall, we just go through all the existing walls and see, is it supposed to be connecting the same two walls? It feels ridiculous, but that might be a way to do it. So like each wall has 2 different grid coordinates because it's in the middle of the 2. So on the wall itself, we just store those 2 different grid coordinates. And it doesn't matter which order they're in because it'll be the same. That feels like it might fix the problem. Why are walls being placed where they are not supposed to be at? How are we placing walls? Let me show you places. So basically we go through we get each room. So like we get this room and then we check this wall. We say, is there a room this way on the grid? Yes, there is. So we put a door. Is there a room this way? Yes, there is. We put a door. Is there a room this way? Yes, there is. Put a door. Is there a room this way? There's a lift, and this is the starting room. So we place the lift wall. And then we go to this one and we go, is there a wall? No. So we do a full wall. Same on this one, same on this one. And then we check this place again and we say, is there a room this way? Yes, there is. Place a door. And that means here there is now a wall with a door twice because we checked it once for this room. And then we checked it again when we were on this room, checking this way. So we could, once we've checked this room, we save this grid position, and whenever we're in another room, if we were going to check this grid position, we just don't place any walls. And then we check this room and we add this to the same list. So we just have a list of grid positions not to bother checking. Ooh. Ignore the enemies that have escaped the office. That's because the enemies aren't spawning into the rooms, they're spawning into positions that we've already set, and we've moved things around since then. Yeah, I think that would work. So in here, let's do it here. So we do, excuse me, place walls for each key check. Let's do here serialized fields, private grid pos. It's like an array. It's rooms with walls added equals new grid pos. Oh, you have to actually specify how big the array is. Let's do it as a list instead then. New list of grid positions. And this is a list of grid positions. List grid position. So when we so when we finish checking a room, we'll do rooms with walls added, add this position. And then when we're here, we'll say if check pos, no, if rooms with walls added contains the check pos walls already added for this room. Save. That should just fix it. I think. And then I can go to bed. I was only going to do 3 hours, but we've done nearly 4 hours now. Alright. Play. So it should all look like it works. Huh. Oh. Except for in this situation where it's this room. But if I now click this wall with a door and drag it upwards, there's no duplicate, so that's working. Same here. Yeah. And here. Yeah, okay. We've done it. Nice. The only thing we need to make sure is this. Basically, to do that, we can say if pause if room equals the lift, then don't add it. So yeah, okay, if room doesn't equal lift, then rooms with walls added add this position. That makes sense, I think. So now it should still check those rooms that are next to the lift room, but not this room. So it's like a special case. Play. Or we could have done it the other way around, that even on the lift room, if we found another room, we could still put a wall, which would have fixed it as well. That worked. We are doing weird edge cases now. That's working though. That all looks good. This all looks good over here. This looks good. Nice. Just press play a few times just to make sure. Yeah, we need to check all sides of the lift really. Okay, so that side and that side both worked. Let's see. We should have a button in game just to press to generate a new one. That's probably faster than stopping and starting again. Although then you'd have to keep track of all the rooms and destroy the rooms. Still. Oh, no. Doo-doo-doo. Hey! There we go. It's working on all sides of the lift. I don't see any mistakes. So we're good. So the exit lift walls are twitching because they're in the same position as something else. So let's have a look what they're in the same position as. So when they open up, they're the same height as the walls. So I either need to make the doors a bit lower, or the doors a bit higher, or the walls a bit higher. I'll make the doors a bit lower. Let's do that. So for our lift, walls and doors, let's, instead of 2, let's just make them 1.9, and then we'll just make it up by 0.5. No, what's going wrong there? 2, 1 minus 0.5. No. 1 point. No. 0.95. There we go. Play. Now it shouldn't be Z fighting because it's a slightly different height. Make that full screen. Pause. Full screen. Start game. Cool. It's still Z fighting on the sides. I guess I could make it not fully go into the wall. Just almost. And the floor is Z fighting a bit as well. I made it the wrong size, I think. How can I try and fix that? 3.4, but how long is that? It is 3.4. And that one 3.4, 3.4, but the position is 6.64. Why? 4 is 0, 0, 0. Shouldn't it be like half of that? 3.4. So it would be 5 across to get it on the wall plus 3.4. It'd be 8.4. Wouldn't it? Oh, it'd be half of 3.4. Half of 3.4 plus 5. So 3.4 divided by 2, 1.7 plus 5. 6.7. 6.7. Play. Oh, I just got an error. Okay, is that Z fighting now, or is that fine? Start game. Okay, the floor's not Z fighting anymore, but the wall is a bit. So I'd have to make the walls a bit bigger. But why did I get an error? It was when I moved the lift, but the lift It shouldn't matter too much where the lift is. I don't know. That's odd. If it happens again, I can figure that out. Let's just fix those doors. So we want to go to our walls with the doors. Procedural rooms. Wall with lift opening. These ones. Swoop. And we're going to move them across by, is it 3.25 upwards? So if we move them back by, so if I make it 0.1 bigger, then I need to move it back by that much. So 3.2, 3.6. This one will be 3.6 minus 3.2. Save. I think I should have got rid of all the Z fighting then. Potentially. Make it full screen. Play. Nice. I still see a little bit. I think. Or maybe not. I think we're okay. You've lost. You died. Woo. Yeah, I think we're good. Let's also just add in a floor background underneath everything. So like this plane here. Let's put it at like minus 0.01 and we'll give it a color as well. So mesh render. We will just duplicate it and call it like the void, and we'll put the void on that plane, and then we'll make the void just like black. Okay, play. And now it should have just darkness around the edge of the world where there's no rooms. Nice. That looks cool. And then if you make it smooth, if you get rid of that, there's like the shadows outside of the rooms, which is a bit weird. Or you just make it really smooth and there's no shadows. You can get rid of receive shadows even. Nice. Get rid of smoothness. Nice. Make it full screen. Look at that. Whoa. We made a lot of progress today. We've got procedural floor generation. We've got these door particles that are cool. We've got the particles when you destroy the enemies. The enemies move now, which is cool. They can actually zombie their way towards you. You can blast through doors, which is quite fun. And we just, yeah, the walls are being made procedurally along with the doors. That's pretty cool. Yeah, not bad. Every room has doors. Yeah, it probably shouldn't have doors in every single room. So we want to randomize it. The only thing then is like we'll have to try and make sure every room is at least connected to another room. Like every room is accessible somehow. That feels like might be a bit complicated, but I'm sure we can figure it out. Cool. All right, so the next stream will be next week, same time as this one was. Be on Saturday again. And then I'll be posting clips of this on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok. Yeah, everyone has to have at least one door that connects to a usable room area. And then we'll be okay. Yeah, I like this. I think this was... I thought this would take like a whole stream, and we jumped into it with like 1 hour. We have gone over the stream by an hour as well. So, what can you say? Thanks for the follows there as well. Yeah, not bad. Cool. All right. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I'll see you next week, hopefully, or another week in future. Goodbye.